Hey, it's Toya, come by, or Toya to you, depending on which time zone you are in. Welcome back, everyone. I did promise that I was going to stream a little bit earlier so we can get more of this case finished. So, yeah, we're gonna jump right back straight into it. We've proven that it was not, in fact, Lord Von Ziegstadt killed Tobias Gregson. It was actually our good old judge, or I guess not so good judge, Seishiro Jigoku. Yes. However, Kazuma's not gonna he's not just gonna be satisfied with that. He needs to know, he needs to prove that Baroque von Zieks is actually the Reaper of the Bailey. But we're not gonna let that happen. We're gonna prove that it's not him, it's definitely someone else, most likely male Strongheart, and who is most likely the British counterpart to Seishiro in terms of the whole assassin exchange situation. But let's carry on and get back into it. I know we left off right as Von Zieks was about to do his testimony, so I need to properly I'm sorry. I just received a message and that made me laugh really hard. Anyways, that's out of context. I need to channel my hot British prosecutor voice. So I might say controversial prosecutor British voice, but whatever the case is. The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Wilson. Are you sure about that? But Von Zieks, here's the thing though. There very much is a common thread. I just thought about this. There's a very common thread that exists between you, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Are you winning, my learned friend? Hang on. Are you winning, my learned friend? Hello, Airy. Let me give you a little shouty shout out. But okay, here's the thing, right? Where it's basically there is a thing, namely being this, right? This is the autopsy report of Clint Von Zieks, right? Whose autopsy was requested by Tobias Gregson, and who was signed by Dr. Wilson, or well, it was his assistants that did the autopsy, but it was verified by him, or it was signed off by him. So this already is a big thing, But I'm probably gonna press on the information and figure it out anyways. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes, good sir? Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? Well, truth, justice, and the Japanese. I mean, also you, buddy. Like, it's because you're prosecuting, and also like believing that our client is innocent. Because once we stop believing in them, we failed as a defense lawyer, right? Dots. A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. Dots. Come on, Rinosuke. He must have heard like the shit you pulled in court like 4 months ago. Right? Through foul or fair means, you're gonna uncover the truth. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. Dots. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. Dots. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense. Proceed to cross-examine the witness. Ah, yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. You mean the fact that he has no connection to any of them? Like, you know? But I'm gonna press on him a bit more. I'm gonna, really just really press on him. Really press him. Because I feel like I've also haven't had the opportunity to voice Von Zieks in a hot minute because, he's not the prosecution this time. So yeah. Are you telling me you've never accidentally killed someone, Von Zieks? Like for real? Every time you toss the bottle into the gallery, every time you toss your hallowed chalice into the flames, you've never actually taken a life? Even accidentally? You caused that candelabrum to like, to explode. So, hold it! You've never killed someone. Okay. So you're not what the general public refers to, or refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey. Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that a court would be satisfied with a one-word answer to this. I realize that. If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though, that one by one, defendants who have been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Dots. I'm imagining people clamoring to grab the bottle he flings into the guy like people do for brides' bouquets at weddings. Yeah, but it's like, me thinks that people are doing that, just like at weddings or whichever, right? Or like, in like a baseball game, people might like just shove and push people out of the way to grab the precious bottle, right? Kind of is like Black Friday, like you getting shanked for like an Xbox or something. Like, people be crazy. People be crazy. Let me answer that question by posing another. If, one by one, defendants who have been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Yes, absolutely. Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Getting shanked into the courtroom, trying to grab a hallowed bottle of wine. Exactly. I see. Maybe that's why he said like no fruits in his courtroom. Like there's one person that snuck in a banana and kind of Mario Karty banana like them. Really gave them the slip as it were. Exactly. And he replies with a one-word answer. Well, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay. The hearsay. The hearsay. Hearsay? Yeah. Hearsay. Hold it! So the past 10 years? You've been investigating this. You say for years. How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now. And your investigations led you somewhat to Inspector Gregson, you're saying. Was that why you just... You were so stunned that, like, Gregson did care about you? Because he had that photo of you and Clint in his office? I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past. Friend, even. Almost like Hairbrain, almost like Albert. It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook. Notebook, is it? It's when I first learnt of the location he noted only as Gruce, and the appointment at 5 PM on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the problem. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate. Hold it! But why did you go to that specific location? Like, was that specific address, like, listed? I thought that it was the Reaper's headquarters. Then, by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I will catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was a cold corpse. It was the inspector's corpse. Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you. You walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone. But unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. A ridiculously careless blunder. Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma. Kazuma is so angry. He's so angry. He's like, I would not stand here and listen to this drivel without saying a word. I will keep on interjecting, even without a proper objection. Think what you will. It doesn't change the truth. Okay, now that I'm doing like Von Zieg's voice, I keep remembering the first time like I voiced him like like 2 years ago? Yeah, when I first played the Great Ace Attorney. Because of the way he looked, right? Because he came into court looking like fucking Count Dracula, right? I gave him like a really stereotypical like Transylvanian like Count from Sesame Street accent. Is like, think what you will. It doesn't change the truth. I gave him such a shitty accent in like the funniest way. It's like, imagine like if I did like, you know, it's like Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone, but unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. If I did that in the original accent, it would be like, Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone, but unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene for it's such a shitty accent. It made him so comical, and it doesn't exude the intimidation. And then I figured, okay, I can't keep that up. Like I did that for like 15 minutes. I'm like, that's not working. And then I decided to just do like a deep, like a really bassy British voice. Like I guess similar to how I'm doing Strongheart. So it became more of like a Jigoku had intended to implicate Hyubu, but unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. Like, you know, like it's really like bassy and gravelly, but I feel like, you know, like, and it kind of works with like how sad, like, and depressed he looks, you know, like a wet paper bag, right? But then after playing Metaphor and hearing how Luis does things, like the, you know, he can be like sardonic and like, you know, sassy and all that stuff, and it fits with the whole like, right, you know. So it became more of like a almost like a Luis impression, and then I started adding more of the graveliness. So it became like, so you know, it's the whole like, pray. Please forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in the courtroom. Like, you know, it can be some, and I feel like that almost fits in better because there's more like, you know, it's more dynamic in a way, and it's not like, because I feel like when you get to a low enough voice, it just starts getting all monotone, which is kind of what I'm doing with Strongheart, right? Because it can't be, I can't really be like, you know, like, then by turning up at 5 o'clock, I will catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, that was a way to make, like, you lose a lot of emotions when you get like low enough, right? Or at least for me, because I'm like, because my voice tends to go from highs and lows and all sorts of fun things. But in any case, think what you will, it doesn't change the truth. Okay. The point is, I'm gonna call bullshit on this. I'm sorry, Von Zeeks. There is, though. There is a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course! We were close acquaintances. We worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Oh? Dots. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh my god, you goofy fuck. I love you. What the fuck? You goofy fuck. Oh my god. Where to buy good fish and chips? And such like. And such like. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. Sounds plausible enough. I want to believe it, but we know that's a lie. But something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. Yeah, we're gonna press on everything and then we're gonna call out the lie. Hold it! Certainly as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted the scheme.
Objection!
Oh? But as it stands, we only have the accuser's insistence of his innocence. Sorry. Sorry? Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange. And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused claim in his testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. Well, yes, that's true, but clearly Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. Then shouldn't he be the one fucking cross-examining him? Like, I know it's our duty, but still, bruh. So if we don't identify something first, he'll gain the advantage. This could be dangerous. Dots. Convincing testimony by Lord Von Zieks. Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unassailable for as far as I can see. Yeah, but we know that there is a connection between the three of them. Dots. Oh dear me, what a bleak expression. I agree. There doesn't appear to be any particular link between them at first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person, I must be overthinking it, surely. Nope, we're not. Another person, Mr. Naruhodo. A big brother, one might say. I need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far. Alright, and I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record. Could it be that Lord Von Zieks has something to hide after all? That's a lie. That is a lie, Baroque. Calling you by your first name now, good sir. Objection! What is this? An autopsy report? Wait. This is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Von Zieks. What? My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Dots. I mean, to be fair, our job is to find contradictions, so... Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This is the link, the connection between them, all three of them. This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that cursed name again. Professor. Oh, wait, this is a different thing? Is this an updated autopsy report, Kazuma? Is that what you're giving me? I've personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Von Zieks, like Lord Clint Von Zieks, it was unthinkable. But someone employed the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. Well, he was leading it. His signature is clearly visible on the document. Wait, will we have to call Miko Daddy to come here? Because Dr. Sif is in prison. Miko Daddy has to be here in the gallery, right? Watching whatever's happening. Right? As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Dots. Indeed. That was the key to indicting. That was the key to indicting. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes, and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord von Ziegler to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. Dots. Still, okay, the fact that he's holding on to the prosecutor badge, right? And the fact that was done after saying avenge his brother's death. Like, so it's either like he every time he does that, he's doing it out of respect or honor to his brother, right? So every time like his conclusions are wrong or like gets, you know, there's a glaring weakness, he holds on to it because like, oh no, my brother. Or he could be like, okay, I feel like we know that Von Zieks is sentimental enough, right? Considering like how he acted with Albert and like getting him out of England that rapidly, right? Like he definitely would be sentimental enough to wear his brother's prosecutor badge, right? And if that's the case, that means that every time we see him like be dramatic and take damage from like us proving him wrong, it's not him being dramatic, it's him like, well, it's still him being dramatic, but there's more to it, right? Because he feels as if like, you know, like I guess it's a sense of comfort because that was his brother's badge. Anyways. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? Oh, wait, excuse me? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous! Wow. Hello, Mocha. Hello. Let me give you, oh, hang on, let me give you a little shouty shout out. Welcome, welcome. We're doing a little bit more Ace Attorney tonight. I'll be doing some funny voices. So yeah, let's see here. How's my guac creature? Wait, what? the snowman is doing good, Mocha. That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Mocha, thank you so much for the water ASMR. Everyone, let's grab our little water jugs and go a little glug glug. And thank you so much for the stretch. Ooh. Kazuma, my BBG. The baby girl, let's go. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? Yeah, but you have to remember, Kazuma, that he wasn't the lead. He was not meant to be the lead prosecutor. He asked for it with like Mil Strongheart being his advisor. You know? So if anyone was colluding or doing anything, it would have been Strongheart, Gregson, and Wilson. By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. But Kazuma, he is an aristocrat, but he is only just a prosecutor. I don't think he has that much power, right? Order at once. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham! And I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost! Oh God, pray forgive. play Nier Automata? I want to. Maybe some other time though, Mocha. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. I cried for 3 hours over it on stream yesterday. Oh, I see. I see. I mean, I heard that there are, like, it gets really emotional, especially with all the different endings that you can get. But I'll take a look at it. I'll take a look at it. The story is worth it. Nice. Come on, Kazuma. You know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence. That's nothing more than a wild accusation. Exactly. Evidence is key in a courtroom, Kazuma. You should know this. You taught me this. As it happens, I have evidence. Oh? You do? You should have fucking led with that. What? Oh? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of having the assassin being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my client's illustrious sword Kazuma before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Oh, is that why his Is that why his luggage had has remnants of Kazuma on it? Right, I see. Wait, hang on, Gregson's accent. Hang on, give me a sec. Okay. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down to that thing? Is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all. Don't. Before I get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. Don't. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Whose orders? Orders. What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Sorry, that was more Australian. That's right. Even then. Ah, so that's when Kazuma got chipped. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Von Zieks' autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution. Baruch Von Zieks. No, but here's the thing. Like, he asked to prosecute literally the day before the trial, right? If I remember correctly. Right? So the person that was leading the prosecution at the time was Mel Strongheart. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today. Baroque von Zieks, no, Kazuma, no! I'm gonna have to object to that.
Objection!
Oh! Yo! There we go. We didn't get an ejection, but we did get a pound. Kazuma Sogi. What? What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard with my own ears his shameful admission. Dots. In that case, I know the name of the Reaper. Oh? What? Lord von Zieks, because he was not the one prosecuting. You know, he was not the lead prosecutor until like the night before. Because to everyone's knowledge, like for all that was concerned, like it was meant to be Strongheart, right? He was the head prosecutor at the time, and Baroque and von Zieks begged for him to prosecute instead. And so the day of, they did a switch where, you know, von Zieks became the lead prosecutor and Strongheart was there to advise him. I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord von Zieks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You! I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. Fuck, oh my god, it really is. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... It's fucking you! It's him! Because he was the one that was meant to be prosecuting. We just got him. Can you... Man, like 4 months ago we were revealing government secrets in a public court of law, and now we're accusing the Lord Chief Justice who is presiding over this case as the judge, as the Reaper of the fucking Bailey. Jesus Christ. Okay. Take that!
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy report is Lord Chief Justice himself. Lord Male Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but up till then, the lead prosecutor was Mel Strongheart, dude. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint von Zieks, had been killed. Dots. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. No. We are actively accusing you of being a criminal mastermind. All for the sake of your justice, yeah. Dots. Well, Lord von Zieks. 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. Dots. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the Lord to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. Dot. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt, the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. Yeah, like the lead prosecutor. You know? Baroque von Zieks is the best prosecutor in the country. But he's not the lead prosecutor. He came out of hiatus. Like, he came out of a 5-year hiatus. You know? He didn't prosecute anything until we came to London. You know? The only power he has is like money, but like that's not gonna like necessarily change a lot, like a lot of crazy minds in the government. I don't think. Well, I guess like they would, like, especially if you consider like McGilded, right, with Ashley Grayson. But still, like, that wouldn't be enough to like do a whole assassin exchange, right? All the money he's spent, he's doing it for the fine vintages, right? And that same force is still found a decade later, on the other side of the world, by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Dots. Let's go! Oh, yo! He pulled a full-ass leg ejection just for this. Just for this, Von Zieks. Just for this. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. Yo! Oh my god. Von Zieks! Von Zieks! Suddenly becoming a defense lawyer. Oh my god. Dots. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusation. Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense. A wild fantasy at best. Well, I mean, yeah, to be fair, it definitely wouldn't have gone this easy. You're not going to defend yourself. You claim there was some more wrongdoing with Lord Clint von Zieks' autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it, and Gregson's dead now, Kazuma. So like, we can't take that as evidence because there's no recording or anything. And where's your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now. Unless you were thinking he was summoning a ghost to the stand. We gotta wait 100 more years for that Strongheart, but don't worry. 100 years is gonna come sooner than you think. You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the court of the British Empire, without evidence, there's no case. Oh, that was his hand! I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. But what if we can call a witness, someone who was there when the autopsy was conducted? Order! Order in court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder, and in light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? Yes, there is! Yes, there fucking is! So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accuser brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Yeah, no, I have an objection because there is one person in court actually that we can call upon. Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? Look at Sasato. Look beyond Sasato. Look at her dad. Rinosuke, please. If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Von Zieks' autopsy. There is someone. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Sif won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope. Yeah, some might call it an old friend.
Objection!
Oh, actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who? Ryunosuke, who? Tell me. You know him well, Kazuma. Please. This trial can't end. Not yet. Dots. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. Dots. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Von Zieks is Eugene Mikotoba.
Take that!
Heaven help us. Another Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikotoba. 16 years ago. He came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Isogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by this coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. Yeah, but the rest of the report was in Mikotoba's handwriting, fucker. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. Because that was his workplace. Let's go! The defense's demand is denied. Why? He is right here in the courtroom. What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No. Of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. You son of a bitch. Prosecutor Sogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, You accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony. Yeah, no, he's not gonna do that. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Sogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Bro, that's a low fucking blow, no. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection!
But we all know what will happen. Let us just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. I do mean you. I'm calling you out, old man. I'm calling you out. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Sogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. Yeah. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Sogi. Oh no. Oh, a double slam. Hope you all enjoyed that. Oh my god. Oh, Cordis. Oh, did. Oh? Wait. Who is it? Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes! Wait, and Partners is playing. Wait, Partners is... Yo, Miko Daddy is here too? Oh my god. Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Thoughts. Lord Mill Strongheart. It's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And what would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased from has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. Dots. Oh, has it really? God, Sholmes, just do it. Show it off. Let's go. Let's go. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. How about it to you, my dear fellows? Should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? Come on, let it continue, let it continue. Order. Order in court. It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The Order Citizen TGAAC have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Oh, the 360. Is there no single person here present who can honestly say the same? What? What? The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is remanded in custody. Kazuma, oh my god. Look at his expression. Kazuma. My lord, you assured those present here that you don't uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. Let's go. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Testify. Oh my god. Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. Dots. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Kazuma, look at him. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena, the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courtroom, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. I brought my old friend with me along. Pardon. Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse. Mr. Sholmes, you predicted all of this. You didn't know this would happen, would you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. Yeah, the little Hurley. She sent her regards, and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ear is at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. My god, the two tall British boys. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. I knew it! Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I going to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom. Literally, like, Strongheart, Maelstrom, and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Okay, so I'm gonna take a very quick break. So we're gonna save, I'm gonna take a quick break, and then we'll be right back after I head to the bathroom. I'll be right back, okay? Nice, okay. Hang on. Let's continue first. Oh, Gory! Mariah, you're here! Oh my god. This lineup, holy shit. Okay, I'll be right back. Just give me a moment. Okay, I'm back. Let's carry on. So, witness. Please state your name and occupation for the court. And like, I love the fact that this Mariah, Miko Daddy, and Von Zieg's all on the witness stand. Just that's amazing. Eugene Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. Mariah, why are you just staring at him like this? Are you trying to cut him up? And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Mariah Gori. She's my old colleague's daughter. Scholarly nurse, practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Sith, I understand. Yes, Dr. Sith. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. She just showed up. Miko Daddy, it's him. Dots. Wait. Hang on, Mikotoba. If Iris isn't your daughter, then is Mariah your daughter? Did you and Dr. Sif get into a little tussle? I'm just saying, like, I'm just asking questions here. You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. Well, yeah, fair enough. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly. Whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Sif that came to light some days ago defile the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? Dots. Oh! The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. Anyways, let's get this started. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes. It's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Von Zieks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Dot. Oh my god. Mariah, no. She's so salty. Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And his autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes. I noted all the doctor's findings when we were done. He read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. I mean, I feel like he definitely, like, outside of, like, that autopsy, he would have definitely met Gregson a lot while, like, solving cases with Sholmes, right? If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Von Zieks' autopsy would never have happened. And he was absolutely convinced that it would have revealed decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of that autopsy were fabricated. Dots. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Because your mom kept notes, right? Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on superstition, I'll expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Dots. Let's go. The autopsy of Clint Von Zieks. Oh god. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim, as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such. Much less swear to it in testimony. Yeah. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claimed the inspector confessed just before his death. But that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Really, the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there's nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Von Zieks' death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. But, sir, my lord, I still have the right to cross-examine. So I will take that chance. If I may, my lord. There is most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professors of previous victims— oh yeah, they were killed by dogs. They were killed by bite marks to the jugular, right? All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Von Zieks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. was stabbed through the heart with a sword. Hang on, let me take a look at the autopsy report again. Between 9 and midnight. Death from a single stab wound to the heart, other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains on the little and ring finger of the right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found, which means... So he did write something, and I feel like if we can find what he wrote, that's probably a key piece of evidence, right? Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for... Okay. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realm of superstition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Rinosuke, I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. And as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Time to, oh my god, she just has it out in the open. It's time to question everyone. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. Time to press, and hopefully it's not gonna pull like a one karma, and he's gonna penalize me for pressing.
Hold it!
You couldn't say. No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? Dots. No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously, I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Oh my god. Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass some implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. He's not saying she wasn't. Quite, yes. So, would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikotoba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place for you? I love the fact that like now it's the both of us basically cross-examining this, like, cause we're now like, in a way we are on the same side now, you know? Besties together. Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact.
Hold it!
In all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled. Wait, isn't it why it's called the Hound of Baskerville? So, I assume like the Baskervilles are like a noble family too, right? So they're probably gonna be like someone from there is gonna be involved in this. Correct. And yet Lord Von Zieks was stabbed. Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Von Zieks may not have in fact been one of the professor's victims? Nope. We can't say that. He's gonna call us out. there's no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Isogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence is found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. Dots.
Hold it!
Hang on, let's figure this out. But you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Sif, were in the stand, but... I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. We believe you. We believe you. Don't worry. Don't worry. We absolutely believe you. Don't worry. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Dots. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally, but what about externally? But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Guri. What is it? Dots. Please.
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What's beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole. As if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. So a ring? It was a ring. Belonging to Genshin Isogi. Oh, fuck. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach. At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I don't understand, it was some sort of keepsake from his mom? Like from his wife or what? My father left Japan for London 16 years ago. I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death. But the ring was among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. Can we see the ring, my lord? After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger, where it had been pulled off. Ah. Dots. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? You you brought it! Maria, you did! I brought the ring along with me today. What? Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores. Good gracious. Yes, that's it. Haven't seen that in 10 long years. And how was found inside the victim's stomach? Dot. Yes. I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Ooh, so it could have just been like, it could have just been faked, right? Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gorey. The removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? Dot. I guess, however it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. So we must examine it. Very well. You may submit it. Mr. Isogi's ring. A ring belonging to Genshin Isogi found in Lord Clint Von Zeke's stomach during the autopsy. The claws clasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. It must look like claws protecting that jewel. Let's take a look at it. Anything interesting here? These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp. Rinosuke! Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness. Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Wait. But it said that there weren't any internal injuries, right? Aside from the stab to the heart. And if the claws on this ring are as sharp as it is, if Clint Von Zeke actually did swallow this, he would have had a lot of cuts and abrasions from like his throat all the way down to his gut, right? They wouldn't be able to say that there were no internal injuries aside from the stab to the heart. What would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of that size would go down much better. With some red bean paste in the middle. We'll love that. We would love that. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. That's a very nasty scratch. Yeah, okay. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Yeah, so I have to present it here. But let me see what Von Zeeks is gonna say. Oh wait, shit, no! I need to go back and press on that. That's everything, is it? Poor father. He looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Oh, I couldn't say those words. The phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. Don't try to shoot a wing. Don't try to chew the ring, but do chew your mochi carefully, exactly. But either way, if you try to just like do it without chewing, they're both pretty hard pills to swallow. Man, I do want some Azuki mochi. I remember like one summer I got really obsessed with making like mochi. So I was you know, I like the mochiko powder and stuff, and I was making like I was making these strawberry mochis because I went to the supermarket and I also found like these pretty good strawberries. Like they were fairly sweet, so I was like following recipes like making the mochi, and then I was making like I didn't buy like Azuki because I wasn't about to attempt to like make like, you know, like, because I wanted everything homemade and I wasn't about to attempt to make like Azuki red bean paste. So I was making like basically just like mochi wrapped strawberries and stuff, and it was because like my best friend really likes like doesn't necessarily like azuki. So I was making for them, and they were like, yeah, it's pretty good. And I was making matcha versions too, but like I was doing it in like, yeah, I was making like ichigo daifuku, yeah, and like but like without the azuki, yeah. And I made like matcha versions of it too, but like I did it like not, I guess, the not so legit way, because I feel like you're meant to use like matcha powder or like, you know, actually use like brewed matcha or something. Instead of that, I was using like this matcha latte powder. It still worked out, but it was kind of sus. It still worked out, right? But you know, like the texture of like the thing as you steam it and microwave it before, like it was a bit more slimy compared to the one without, to the plain one, but it still came out alright, because after you cook it, you have to like put a lot more no, it was potato starch to make it more malleable and stuff. Yeah, it was a bit sus, but it worked out. The flavor is fine. So, and like I had a whole lot of like mochiko and stuff, so I was making like pan fried like mochi. I was doing all sorts of things. It was really good. It was pretty good. Yeah. Anyways, if it works, it works. Exactly. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened, and remove any trace of doubt. We could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence is true. We can't shy away from this now. Even what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. And most strawberries were in Yeah. Wait, when is strawberry season? I keep forgetting. Don't worry, Mr. Naruto. I'll be right beside you, whatever may come. Let's see. Oh, December to May. So we just finished strawberry season. Or like peak sweetness was like January and February. Okay. And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Isogi's arrest. Strawberry season trans winter time. Ah, okay. So it would now be more like melon season? Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie! My father was no killer! Baroque von Zieks, it was you! You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. Okay, I'm gonna check on Mariah's thing here. No other signs of internal injury, but
Objection!
if he did swallow it, it would cause internal injury. I should eat more fruit. Seasonal fruits are really yummy. Yeah, you should. Get all those good old vitamins. Or I guess if I want to, you know, if we do it in a, you know, we need to do it in a, the Von Zieks voice. Anyway, you need to eat your fruits. Get all those vitamins and make sure you hydrate yourself. Don't be like me. Fill your hallowed chalice with water, not wine. Or potentially wine to take the edge off, water to hydrate, and coffee to bring the edge back. I saw that post recently where it's like, you drink something alcoholic to take the edge off, get some water to make sure you're hydrated, and get some coffee to take that edge back. In any case, the court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba. That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, Counsel? Yes, Lord Von Sieg's limits. That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with, otherwise there would have been internal injuries, you fucker. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? Dr. Wilson. And Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Isogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it then and there and then, in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
I love you saying this just because like he prosecuted over it. He presented this as evidence. He wants to know because he actually wants to know the truth. Superstition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? The ring itself, good sir. This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report, yeah. It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. So I'm not sure how you tend to prove your point. Exactly. Nothing unusual was noted internally, which would have been impossible. Supposition? Oh, supposition? Yeah. No, I did say supposition. I didn't say superstition. Supposition. Yeah. No T in the middle? Okay, okay. Supposition, okay. Alright, well, thanks for that, Astro. You've already done for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. Sir, you can't simply your brother now. Like, bro, it would have cut up his throat. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death. Even more so, I'm sure. But if that was the case, if he did swallow the ring, why are there no internal injuries? He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of his passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No! Dots. And there we've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Oh? Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if you swallowed a ring of that size, those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage into the throat and esophagus. turn mucous membranes at the very least. Dots. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. Of course. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of reasons to explain why no injuries would be seen. No. Let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. Oh, then you try swallowing it. Go ahead, be my guest. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work, but then why did he sign off on his death when he clearly rose from the dead and then got shot? Why was that a thing? But he lied on the autopsy report before. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but... Damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. Hey, let's go. I don't think so. And Dr. Gore. Rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. Dots. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon. Let's go, Maria. But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up, with all his secrets inside. Dots. That's wrong. Dots. Dr. Gory. It's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Oh, Van Zieks? Oh. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before. About a memory I have. Oh, wait! Yeah! Because he protected you from the gunshot. And if he held his hand out there, you know, it could be a fact that, like, the abrasion on his ring finger was not from, like, sorry, was not from, like, you know, Clint eating the ring or, like, taking the ring out aggressively. It could have been either from, like, the gunshot, right? Maybe the bullet, like, grazed it, or it could have been, like, or it could have, like, gone missing during that scuffle. The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genjin Isogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genjin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... They'll make a babe. You're coming with us. His ring is right there. Look at it. Look at it. It's Young Zeeks. Baroque Young Zeeks. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Bang! The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street, blood is seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Oh, or are you saying he shot at you with his left hand and then, like, did the ring block the bullet or something? Like what? I've always believed those thugs were after me, but no, they were after him. They wanted to take his ring. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. Yeah, exactly, like, if Clint died and then Genshin was there with you, and he still had the ring, again, it would have been possible for Clint to have swallowed it, because it was there with you. You mean, the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
Oh god, Kazuma. Dots. You. Pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring! You set the whole thing up so you can paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma, shut the hell up. Kazuma. Open your eyes. Wake up, bestie, wake up. Rinosuke, you must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? See you like this. Oh my god, he's really like... He wanted me to see you like this, little bro. Dots. Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression in your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? It was extremely hard to believe. Let us imagine that it was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. What if he was being blackmailed? What if he was being threatened? Like, something would have had to have been going on. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Von Zeeks? Dots. Yes, that's indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. There has to be more to, like, Kazuma, right? It can't just be like the tip of the sword is broken, right? Well, let's keep on with it. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility of his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my. That is very strange. Mr. Sogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived at many minutes ago, Prosecutor Sogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment of hampering your ability for logical thought. Kenshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. Do we have anything that we can use to disprove that? Or do we pull this? There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. But what about the collar? Right? The collar was found in like Sosaki's apartment. Right? The one that is obviously related to the Baskervilles, the Hound of Baskerville, because it has a giant B in the center of the collar and cluster black, like, yeah, cluster black font. Like, come on. Ah! But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. We gotta pull the ears, Rinosuke.
Objection!
Oh? Kazuma? Oh shit! That sound. That little psh. Thank you, Rinosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may have ended prematurely. Kazuma! What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole, oh? I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation, like you couldn't fucking speak with the mask on? You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. Oh my god, is this how Rinosuke sees it? Is this how he usually sees the pointing? Like the oh my god. Look at it. It's a little dramatic point.
Objection!
Oh. Those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? My first grievances I feel from my mind. I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Oh? What do you mean by this, Kazuma? Me. Kazuma-sama's created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial. Do we have evidence of that? Some of my faith is in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family, but I regret nothing about my chosen path, the Asogi Papers. Is there anything else I can glean from the ring? No. Can I glean anything from Kazuma? Okay, I'm gonna carry on, let's see. The reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could have been part of some negotiation, perhaps. Enough rhetoric. The code must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? In court. Okay. Convict fully investigated. Indications that a jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Could it be this? Because, like, he already has a plan to, like, leave. Some sort of negotiation. Yeah. It has to be the dismissal note, right? I feel? Yeah.
Take that!
Oh, it's true. Damn, because it's almost as if there was some sort of negotiation. Yeah. It's true that Genshin Isogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, yeah, like he didn't die, right? His autopsy report, his autopsy report on stating his death was falsified. He was buried alive. He came back to life. You know, like he escaped from the ground. On the contrary, it led to his escape, an escape that was only possible because he's been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had a collaborator. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. Dots. In exchange for a silence in court, he was given an assurance that he will be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreaks of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Oh? Order. That's fabricated evidence. And now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. Especially since Dr. Sif has confirmed that she lied about, like, the declaration of death. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses. People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Oh, is it a daily vigil and like this dude? Yeah, Barry Caden? Yeah. Ah. Governor Caden. And the poor chief warder of the prison. I won't allow this. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. You summoned the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh. It wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. He's outside in the antechamber right now, isn't he? What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you, he is extremely thorough. He worried both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that. Oh, are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Let's go, Sholmes! Holy shit! Sholmes is pulling like 500 IQ like shit right now. Jesus Christ. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared it at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Thomas isn't playing the long game, which is now in the end game. My god, love that. I love that. Again, I knew it. Like, he was just screwing with us the whole time. He was screwing us the whole time. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake. I, too, would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Oh my god, it's all of them. And Von Six is still like standing there. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? I, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. No, good sir. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon, of course. Vigil, please. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Loosh, the professor, who had been through all this before a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there was not anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you called nothing untoward. Well, the convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. It has to have been you, right? It has to have been. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time can afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Sogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences would be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gat! Hold on now, laddie. All I did was... witness. Governor Caden. Isa! You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Sogi, if you threaten to witness again, you'll be held in contempt of court. But Von Zieks can just do that casually? Okay, sure. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you're both involved in some way. So you would testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Okay, before we continue, I'm gonna take another quick break. I'll be right back, so please, please, please. Wait, hang on, the jailbreak plot. Okay, yeah, enjoy the music for a bit, I'll be right back. Okay, back. Again, so Barry Caden has a Scottish accent. I don't know how to do a Scottish accent. I will not attempt to do a Scottish accent. I'm just gonna, like, try to just do an accent and just do, like, a British accent and then try to, read his thing. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned a convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. So it was you, so you fired him for no reason. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. Wait, so you received the orders, you set everything up, but you fired him because he was the chief warder, and you'd never even, like, give him any, like, money or compensation or anything. Even after he, like, jumped out of the window of your office, you did nothing for him. You bastard. I didn't care if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carrying out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Wow, that's a short-ass, like, Okay, alright, I guess we can cross-examine that quickly. A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was a jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? Dot. I didn't ken that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there was anything about that professor case that was unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office. And one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, Counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. But I'm gonna take my right to cross-examine, good sir, so yeah. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, Counsel. Let's see. Press, hold it. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But it was from the prosecutor's office. That narrows down to who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I can even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious. What we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. Yeah, it could have been the lead prosecutor or the head prosecutor. The likes of us on the ground, as it were. They didn't bother with idle speculation. We just got the job done.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Visual, you didn't know anything about it at all. That's right. My only role in the scene, in the scheme, was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? And you did nothing for him, even though you made him a scapegoat. Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Dots. Alright then. Who else did know about the plan? I've no the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who would be given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell ya is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens, Sif. Dr. Crony Stevens, or Dr. Sif as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that event, to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Why are you reminding? Yeah, Caden. Yeah, Caden. Yeah. And you did nothing for him. You did nothing for him. You didn't provide him with a stipend, like nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. Bro. Look, Vigil. I cannot apologize enough. No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. I love the fact that Vigil isn't just forgiving him. Like, he's just like, you can't change what has happened. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden?
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged that the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape, but he doesn't know if it came from higher above, right? There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may. I didn't care nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling you what you don't know for sure. I can that much I do. Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. The man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. Don't. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. Not.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Kenshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the joke out of the jail, nothing more. I couldn't tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Oh? Hang on, we're pursuing this.
Excuse me!
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now. What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? Like, this is not really how memories work, but like also, yeah, maybe it that triggers something. What Governor Caden was saying was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? Dots. For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors, in the name of my country. Dots. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. Dots. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention is always to betray him, why not just actually kill him, like hang him or whatever, right? Why not just actually execute him? Why go through all the effort? Why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Ugh. Yes, it's quite true. If whoever negotiated it with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Berkeley, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Kaden? Kaden? Truth be told, there is a wee matter that never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, between the Sogi and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? What do you mean? Governor Kaden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have. By amending your formal testimony. Got. Aye, go on then. Dots. We're gonna press on this.
Hold it!
Admitting to the crimes. That was what he had to bargain with, surely. I can see that myself. After all, did the prosecution have no conclusive evidence against Kelly, eh? This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities, all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can howl about misconduct in trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing. Nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. But what about the papers, right? Like his will. Or is it something else? I feel like it has something to do with, like, the red stains found on Clint Von Zieks' hand. Like, cause this means that he was writing something. What was he writing? Right? No document was found. Right? The witness makes an astute point, logically. It would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something. Armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. So Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd been broken out of prison later. I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. And perhaps something compelled him to agree. What a terrible thing. Using the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can help feeling. There's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up. Mr. Naruhodo? No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Well, in that case, I must keep digging until I identify the problem. It has to have been this, so we need to keep looking at the evidence. Is there anything with, like, Kazuma? Anything at all? Nothing new. Hmm. 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 I mean, this is the only thing that refers to, like, whatever possible note it has, right? So, like, logic would dictate, like, if the scarlet stains were still here, which means that, like, he didn't have time to wash it off or whatever, so it would have been reason enough that potentially he was carrying, like, a message on his body. If he was dead and a message was not found, logic would dictate that it would have possibly have been given, was taken by Genshin. Right? Hmm. I feel like it has to be the autopsy report again. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, like, it's the only thing that could go against conclusive evidence against him, right? Which would be more, like, another, like, conclusive evidence saying that it was, that goes against that. In the sense of, like, could have been a thing that says that, like, to prove that it wasn't him who did it. Right? Hmm. I mean, it's either, okay, it's either the autopsy report or this, where it says, like, it's the only weapon that he has left. These Sogi papers, but this was found. Right? Hmm. That's a conundrum. I would say like less this, because like there's nothing directly here that that's going against that. I feel like I have to go with my gut, my first instinct, which is this, because it mentions like this, right? Which could have been like something. Because if we believe that Kenshin Asogi was not the professor, right? Like, okay, like, if we believe Kazuma that he's not the professor, then there was only that would have been some there, like the thing as a bargaining chip would be something that completely goes against the conclusive piece of evidence of this ring being in the stomach, like being something that states that either he is not the one that either like stating that like proving that Genshin Isogi was not the professor, or someone else was the professor, right? But wait, if we follow that logic, then, and this was potentially a note written by Clint von Zieks. Wait. No. 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 It can't be, right? But then, with those people, whatever, I'm trusting my gut.
Objection!
Damn it. No! No! Did I mess up the sequence then? Oh, wait. Or did I press on the wrong thing? Wait, hang on. Wait. Wait, did I present it on this? Wait, hang on. Okay, if not, okay, fine. If not the autopsy report, then it has to be this, right? Because Vigil claims this disappeared, but apparently it was found. Right? This is something that he was writing, but then he shouldn't have been able to write this. Right? What?
Objection!
Oh, there we go. Fuck. Because I guess like that one is a bit too far-fetched, because this one directly deals with Genshin. Okay. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on the verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Isogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Isogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Heavens! That fella couldn't possibly have anything like that. But he knew that he did, Governor. The Isogi Papers. The Isogi Papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Isogi. Yeah. It turns out that Mr. Isogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You screwed it, you wee rat. Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Isogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then. Well, what's on that paper? Last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? Yeah, but they searched his cell and they couldn't find it, but then they found this. Which is kind of suspicious, even though it is written in Japanese. Right? So could it have been like two different things? A weapon. And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Isogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Ugh. Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Isogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? Jinx! What the blaze are you blethering about? The will is found, right and proper. In the village cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? Well, search the place, from top to bottom. We didn't do a proper job, eh? You peely-wally galoot. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before. Did I know? You're a lawyer. Yes, you did. I have the document here. But Kazuma, can you confirm that this is your father's handwriting? It's written in Japanese and reads, "The last will and testament of Genshin Isogi." Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. I mean, the fact. Wait, here's. Okay, true. There is an inconsistency because if he knows that. If he did this with the assurance that he won't be killed, why would he write a last will? Right? Why would he write a last will? What? What inconsistency? Mr. Isogi described this document as the only weapon he had left, and yet, his will contains nothing of significance at all. Yeah, like there is nothing. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is a fake? Is actually a fake. Dots. As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. Well, fuck you, buddy. You are an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the formative Warder's word. Again, what if something's being hidden in his literal weapon? Right? The literal weapon that he was able to keep in prison, in his cell with him, that was given to his son. What if there's something there? That was something I was asking about for the whole time when the Isogi Papers was brought up. You know, come on. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Isogi Papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where's the real document?
Objection!
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything. Very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prism is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious facts? What did you say? We should hear more from the chief warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. Let's go. A vocal few? It was like the whole courtroom, dude. It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. Let's go. These Sogi papers. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended Mr. Sogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about these Sogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the photo of the fellow's robe that was left in the cell. Kimono, I think it's called. Was in the kimono? What if it's a red herring? In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Well, you're no satisfied with calling me a liar the once, eh? Yeah, we were. Finger. There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you'd like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Or are you going to give me a good shake again? Are you too scared? Oh my god. Little and large. What a double act. We complied with Sogi's will as far as possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye. And you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes. There's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Okay, so... But then again, if he knew he was gonna... Like, maybe it was like as a form of assurance, but still. This can't be the real Asogi papers. Really? And his last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense. Your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Alright, we're gonna press on every single thing.
Hold it!
So would that mean that you converse with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. But there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet, he confessed in full to the crimes. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. But it was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will we saw with him? What can you tell us about that? Dot. It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report it, didn't he? Yes, that's right. I like the bump at you. Yeah, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was. Dude, you made him a fucking scapegoat. You can't say anything. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, quite right. Ugh. So when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. So what was he writing, or what was he fiddling with, in his cell then? Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relative authorities. Wait, but then that means it was not found in his cell, right? I personally instructed the Sogi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. Then why was that found in his cell? Right? If it was in lock and key at the prosecutor's office. In that case, why was it found in his cell? Exactly! Why was it there? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Ugh! It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Well... The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor. Dot. A prison governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. Ah, I see. You're just gonna... I see. You're just gonna toss that under the rug, okay. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. Dots. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. Ah, I see. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery then. Dots. Well, the thing is about that will.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes. And when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "I cannot have disappeared completely," in my face. Well, it's due to the governor to keep everyone working as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. It's time for a societal takedown, let's go! The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. And before I knew it, it was in a morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer had risen from the dead. Oh, You mean the one by, I forgot the guy's name, but yeah. The article based on Mr. Trevor's experience in Locate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office, and that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Genshin Asugi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. Not. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak. From the top levels of the prosecutor's office. Some might say the very top. What name was on it? I didn't ken before, and I didn't ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fellow's cell. Document, not will. Was that the wording? Document, not will. That's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? No, you're not. I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asugi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. It shouldn't be the will then. Continue your testimony then, witness, because like if it's something... Like if it is something that can overturn the entire trial, right, as a bargaining chip, the last will is not that. It couldn't be, so it has to have been something else.
Hold it!
In Mr. Sogi's kimono. The one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes. He was permitted to have his personal effects with him during the incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed. He had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, a kimono, his sword. His sword! Kazuma was there, right? It was there. Kazuma, the famous sword of the Asugi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the men have had a more obvious weapon? Can we look at it now? Like, is he hiding something here? Like, his last weapon, would it have been here? Where are you hiding it? Where could you have hid it? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence. The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. They couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials. They wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you say. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. A Suzuri inkbook, inkstone, black semi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a scrolling mass of jet black earthworms. Oh.
Excuse me!
Wait, so you're saying it's not that? Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Dots. Mr. Vigil! Sir! That was Scarlet, sir! Scarlet? Scarlet? recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand of Clint von Zieks. So was it not a doc? Again, I came to this little brain blast, but I was thinking like how we get there, right? Of if it's not a document written by Genshin Isogi, and it's in fact something that was written by Clint von Zieks, right? Like, if it was something written by Clint von Zieks and not Genshin Isogi, right? And if it is something that can overturn the trial and can and use as a bargaining chip, meaning that it can go against the conclusive evidence of a ring being found in Clint's stomach, meaning it is something that can absolve Genshin of that accusation. I'm just saying, could it be that Clint was not in fact the final victim of the professor? Like, I feel like you know where I'm going with this. Right? I hope people understand where I'm going with this. My brain is just like, But anyways, let's carry on. It was Skalitza. Dots. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Dots. Dots. Vigil. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. It's something about the testimony we just heard. Have you recalled something of importance? Do we? Okay, if it's something of importance, possibly. Or possibly not. Okay, here's the thing, right? If it's something written by Clint von Zieks that would have overturned the trial, I have a feeling I know where you're going with this. If it's something written by Clint von Zieks that can overturn the trial, that can go against the conclusive evidence, and most likely prove that Genshin was not the professor, then it can't just be a personal thing, be like, oh yeah, it's not him, he. It would have been something damning. I'm not sure how we'll get there, but also it means that it might have been it might be that Clint von Zieks is not the final victim of the professor. He was never a victim of the professor. Because the only way what he written would have done anything against the conclusive evidence of Genshin being the professor and being the killer, or like being the professor, is if it was a confession written by Clint. Which means Clint von Zieks is the professor. That's the only way it would make sense. Like, there would have been nothing else written by Clint that would overthrow that sort of conclusive evidence, right? Because it's not just a thing of like, because he was on trial not only as like not just for killing Clint, he was on trial for killing as the professor, and the only way to really overthrow that is to have someone admit that they are the professor, right? And Genshin said he has committed the crime of ending a human life. One life. Clint's life. Not anyone else's. Like, and like, even if you say like, oh, maybe he only ended one life, but the other 4 people were killed by dogs. But like, yeah, you're still using the dog as a tool. You're still the perpetrator of that crime, right? So it means that Clint is the professor, if we follow the threads, right? I'm not sure how we're gonna get there, but like, God, we're certainly gonna get there. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony. with this possibly or possibly not important detail. The mission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Visual. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in Scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Hold it. Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Oh? Strongheart? Witness. Is that really what you saw? Why are you... Oh, why the sudden thing? Is it because it's you know, it happens to be a Scarlet document. A document written in Scarlet ink. Scarlet ink. Yeah, you know? What? Sir. Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? Dots. I apologize. Continue. What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way. That's the real Asogi paper, isn't it? Whoosh, didn't have that. You can plainly see the writing here, and it's as black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Visual, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me. The code need waste no further time on this matter. With the will in question in our possession, there's nothing more to add. Dots. A will written in Scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma father holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, literally an inkling, you must present it to the court at once. The testimony doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly... An octoling, exactly. Or a squidling, maybe. And described as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asogi actually had nothing. But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi actually might have had something. Which is it? Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can find. We can't overlook even the smallest detail. Absolutely. Okay, there's only... It has to be the Scarlet... this one. It's not a contradiction, but we have to present it, right? Because it's dealing with Scarlet, and Scarlet.
Objection!
There we go. There comes the autopsy report. Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Heavens again! You have no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Hang on. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on your fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. I'm sure he was. Should ink have settled at his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, Counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Von Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Exactly, he wouldn't have time to do that. He wouldn't have cared. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? Dots. I remember something troubled me at the time. The scene. The lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Von Zieks was writing moments before his death? Then, it was. If Mr. Vigil testimonies to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Seeing all of Von Zieks' gestures from the front is someone right? Like his pointing, his ejection, his pouring of the wine and everything, just, Mr. Vigil. Sir! When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, what's on that paper? A last will and testament. The only weapon this will is. The only weapon I have left now. What if it's not his will? What if he's not lying, right? It's not his will, it's Clint's will. Clint's last will and testament. And if it's that, then it has to be a confession that he is the professor. Weeping, thank you so much for the water ASMR. Everyone, let's grab our little water jugs and do a little glug glug. And thank you so much for the stretch. Ooh. Hope you're having a good time so far, Weeping. A last will and testament. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then why are we now... Then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Sogi said. Dot, you see it too. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it was not his will. It was Clint Von Zieks'. But it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Von Zieks. No! What?
Objection!
This is madness! My brother's last will and testament! That would mean that he had chosen to die! That is what it would mean, yes. And what would people write as their last will and testament if they're about to die? They would confess whatever sins they have done, wouldn't they, Lord Von Zieks? Search your feelings, you know it to be true. No! Impossible! That is utterly out of the question! Von Zieks... Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done. Until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death. It's obscene!
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. and that Genshin Isogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? A confession, fuckers. Because that's the only thing that would have worked, like, in Genshin's favor, yeah. Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes. There can be no question that the will contain information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. The true identity of the professor. Ugh! No, it couldn't be. Search your feelings, Ryunosuke. You know it to be true. Where is it? I'm grabbing my Ryunosuke plush. Ugh. Search it. I'm holding on to him. Search your feelings, Ryunosuke. You know it to be true. You use that big brain of yours. You know it to be true, Ryunosuke. You know it. Clint Von Zeeks is the professor. He is Moriarty, or not, God. He is Moriarty. Reach out to the truth, Ryunosuke. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose. But what if he hid his last weapon? The last weapon that he has. Inside of the literal fucking weapon that he has. What if, good sir? It wouldn't be so fucking out of place, would it? Cut him up, please. Do you have fucking anything on you? Sir.
Objection!
No, my lord. That's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Isogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Von Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. Dots. A reason why Lord Clint Von Zeeks, a man of noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts, it's a confession. It's an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head, that he's the professor. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruto. We need to reach out to the truth, Ryunosuke, no matter how hideous it is. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken, Mrs. Sato. So hold your head high, and keep soldiering on. Dots. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Von Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Isogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke. Dots. As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Von Zeeks was in fact a confession. It has to be. Dots. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Von Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Oh god. Oh god. Von Zieks, no. Enough, Council. What are you saying? Do you even realize? I do. A confession of the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Von Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. I know, right, Eri? Like, God. Like, Kazuma's words were pretty prescient. Because, in fact, he's not wrong. You know? He's not wrong. Baroque Von Zieks is the one that's been living in the delusion for the past 10 years. No. You can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Von Zieks himself. Oh my god, you're so shocked. It's finally opened, is it? Pandora's box. Strongheart knew. You bastard, you fucking knew. The Great Von Zieks family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British... He's a paragon of justice in the capital. But he was actually a mass murderer. A perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be finished. Not... My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Von Zieks. Dots. I wonder though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Baroque Von Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? He was deluding himself. He gaslit himself. Order. Order in the court. Lord Von Zieks. The way he's gripping the bat, that has to be Clint's badge, isn't it? He's not doing it out of drama. He's doing it because it gives him a sense of comfort. It has to be Clint's badge. He is that sentimental. We know this. The Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me that your brother owned a dog. Dots. Yes, he did. But your brother named his dog Balmug? The slayer of fucking monsters? Really? God, y'all, the whole family is so dramatic. Right? Sorry, not the Slayer of Monsters, but it's the dragon slaying sword. Like, it's the sword of Siegfried. Anyways. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest and the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. The Clint's death. The creature passed away too. Almost as if he was following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog. Worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck, the one that we found in Sosaki's apartment. A jewel-studded collar. That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief that we found in Sosaki's apartment. So it happens. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. A B. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. B in Culster black font. Selden. Selden? Oh yeah, Selden. Yeah. I keep forget like he was a minor, but also like integral to the plot. Yeah, with an ornate capital letter B, the Hound of Baskerville. What? An emblem bearing the initial B. Oh my, you know it. Oh, there we go. It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? The literal fucking Hound of Baskerville. Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt that the collar you've described was Balmung's, the family insignia of Lord Clint von Zieks' widow. Wait. Clint was married? Wait, hang on. I'm just googling like Liz's image, just so I can see like what his hair color is. Clint's hair color is a lighter shade of purple, but also like we know that Iris was born 10 years ago. We know that Clint von Zieks died. Wait, I need more information. Like his late brother's widow. So is his wife still alive? Like is the widow still alive or what? I'm like jumping the shark a bit because there's no like logical like way for me to do that, but like because if his wife is still alive, there's no reason for her not to be there. I'm gonna hold on to that thought for a bit. Because it's like, I'm thinking, because it's revealed that neither John Wilson nor Miko Daddy, are Iris's father. Right? And the fact that they keep hammering it in with like Iris's father, right? we know that Iris was born 10 years ago. We know that Clint Von Zieks died 10 years ago. We know that Sholmes, when he read the Hound of Baskerville manuscript that Iris wrote, that according to Iris, his face visibly paled, and he told her to never publish the story. We know that the Hound of Baskerville is Balmung, right? We know that Balmung was used by Clint Von Zieks to kill in his capacity as the professor. And we know that Iris based her stories on the notes that Miko Daddy took. So is there a possibility that Miko Daddy actually wrote down what happened and Iris wrote all of that down, the actual truth of everything, right? Not knowing that it was involving the professor. Like, I'm just having thoughts because like it like that's the thing tying them all together. Iris being born 10 years ago, Clint Von Zieks dying 10 years ago, the Hound of Baskerville, Iris's father. Like, the hair doesn't match, but also like, could it have been, like, could the Baskervilles have just been like people with pink hair? Could Clint Von Zieks be Iris's father? I'm gonna hold on to that thought. I need more information. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So it is true then. Clint Von Zieks really was the professor. Impossible. These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Thoughts. Well, can he deny it, Lord Strongheart? Dots. 10 years have passed, and still now, 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Dots. Very well then. You may have the truth. Oh? You're revealing it? Oh! Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Dots. Lord Clint Von Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black crime, root of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization: to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. But that means you are the fucking mastermind, bro. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years of Great Britain, and indeed, The whole world. New industry, new technology, and the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service. New law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast in society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Von Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. As time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually was consumed. It's ironic, really, somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? That means Kenshin knew. 10 years ago, your father, Kenshin Isogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor. Yes. Beyond all shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here, in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion, whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Dots. Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Isogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Von Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. We know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Von Zieks perished. I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father dead. He made the late Lord Von Zieks meet the same fate. Put a permanent end to the professor killings. By taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Isogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. But that's not it. You are the Reaper of the Bailey. Not Baroque Von Zieks. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So were you the one who shot him? Were you the one who killed him in the graveyard? So you're admitting to it. That you were behind it all. It was you then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged his fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. High off your rocker. You can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Von Zeeks. The house staff had made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. He was short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. You look so morose. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken. That was him, was it? That was Gregson, and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings, then why did he do it? It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. It's you, Kazuma! What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me! Dots. Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Do I hear you have a 14-year-old son? Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. Whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi? Dots. Kazuma. Dots. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I like how the gallery is so like, it's such a quieter thing. I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reap of the Bailey. Was it you? Was it you, Lord Mill Strongheart? Dots. A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Baroque Bonds? He's admitting to it! What the fuck? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What? What brazen? I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role, really, wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No. You were London's guardian angel. An angel of bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. Dots. You bastard! But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan, and Dr. Sif took over, didn't she? That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Sif. Dr. Sif. So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. Dots. Dots. But we need to find his will, right? Which I'm pretty sure it's in his sword somewhere. Dots. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Which Strongheart did it. An unthinkable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyway. It was all in aid of keeping London safe. That's not true justice, though. But if we can find a will, we can be like, you're full of shit. There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, the good of the country. Dots. Can you do this? I sure hope not. Can sure really end now. No, we need to find a thing.
Hold it!
Kazuma. Dots. I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Von Zieks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. I mean, he idolized him. Dots. Yes, same thought occurred to me. Dots. It was only once, but yes. I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. My brother was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally at the time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. That made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once, really. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. Oh? It was he who recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor, so he was indebted to him. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Dots. Dots. That will do. Neither Clint Von Zieks nor Genshin Isogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. Can we find the will? But... There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Isogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I've explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned. No, not yet.
Objection!
Oh. We objected? Not Kazuma? Oh. God, it's so punchy. Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continue. I beg your pardon. As the court has reminded today already, you must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Any doubts? Dots. Well, it began with Lord Von Zieks and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? Dots. One of them definitely just said something contradictory. Time to identify who. Hmm. He says there are only 2 pieces of evidence from that time. But wait. Okay, something struck me, right? Because it said like he said 3-pager, but this is only 2 pages. If this is to believe, right? Be believed. So it has to be Lord Strongheart. Yeah. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back on his words. Find the problem. Neither Clint Von Zeeks nor Genshin Isogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we can hope to reach a conclusion. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The will begun ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Isogi, and the 3-page last will and testament, penned in black ink and left behind by the man. Like, it's not 3 pages, it's 2. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent. And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has the right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. This may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction. Has to be this. Yeah.
Take that!
Because there are 2 pages, not 3. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Isogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. No. Could it be that originally it was 3 pages? There was a 3rd page. Dots. For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden. What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there for sure. I remember the black worm-like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we would not have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? It was decided that the 3rd page ought not to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now. My father's message. It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Isugi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitable maudling words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
Prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You'll read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only, I should point to my lord that it is in Japanese. That I can actually read worm language. His beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Miko Daddy! If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father! Dots. You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Dots. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma. The truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can be fucking... It's in the sword, isn't it? Mighty Kazuma. Twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem. Twist thy head. The sword? Is this the head? You can't twist here. Father. What is Kazuma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all. Passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. One worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Seems to be a third page to it. Nice. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I've been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Von Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly, it was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appeared to have been lost forever. Lord Strongheart. You appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. Dots. I've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends. And then you had them killed. However you dress it up, There is nothing fair or just about that. Dot. Or Strongheart. What exactly is it that you're hiding? Dot. Dr. Mikotoba. Were you not to quietly withdraw from after the translation of your former associate's will? Dot. In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. Dot. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. Reinosuke? It's my last chance. Okay. Alright, alright. So, as much... Alright, the... Patrolleys, you're all gonna hate me for this. As much as I want to carry on with this, as much as I want to see the climax and ending of this, I'm gonna have to call it here. Because I do have to... I have an appointment tomorrow that I cannot be late for. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to call it here. But tomorrow, I will continue on with this and we will get to the end of this trial and the end of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I promise you that. Okay? So, we'll continue on tomorrow. We'll continue on with the climax of this. And yeah, I will see y'all there. So, thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. If you've got the rest of the day going for you, please have a very wonderful rest of your day. If you need to rest and you can rest and go to bed like I do, then something to you. Good night. Yeah. Things certainly escalated. It certainly escalated, but we will figure out what's happening with that tomorrow. But in any case, let's do a raid. My raid alt, and my raid sub. All my raid messages out. So please copy whichever raid messages you're able to copy. And we're gonna be making our way over to let's raid Sima. Because I think you're online right now. Yeah, let's go raid Sima. So for those that don't know Sima is a Uruguayan VTuber. He tends to play a lot of like retro games. I'm not sure. Oh, he's playing Wonder Boy and Monster Row. So let's go on over and give him a good Osobucher greeting, shall we? I feel like it's gonna be a little chill time as we kind of relax from all the revelations and whatnot. So yeah, that's gonna be it for me tonight. I'm gonna go get some rest and make my appointment tomorrow. So yeah, hope to see y'all there. So in any case, let's Toya, and as always, this has been Toya, and I'll see ya